They're off. Very slow out of the gate, Happy Quad, dwelt at least 6 lengths. Speed on the outside for Truly Mischief, who's straight to the front with Forester Humor, second on the inside. Between horses, Cantucci, People Are People out widest. Forest Buzz has dropped down to the inside, racing in 5th, and it's well back to Happy Quad. Truly Mischief pulling at Mail Hot on the lead. Forester Humor had to take a slight step on the brakes. He's about to be joined by Forest Buzz. These two are 2 lengths clear of People Are People, racing on the outside of Cantucci, and Happy Quad just catching the pack. The opening quarter was 22-1. Truly Mischief bearing out on the turn, and now the lead belongs to Forest Buzz. Forester Humor trying to find more on the inside. Out widest, People Are People tries to rally, but it's Forest Buzz and Steve Jadu. Truly Mischief trying to find another gear. Forester Humor, People Are People not doing enough. Forest Buzz clinging to the lead as Truly Mischief kicks back in, down to the wire. Photo finish. I think Truly Mischief just got up. Forest Buzz second, then Forester Humor, People Are People, Cantucci, and Happy Quad. 5/8 and 57. They're off over 1:70 miles. If You Insist broke well. Baxley ridden along for some speed down along the inside. Then Conn Smythe racing in 3rd. A length to Scat Factor racing in 4th in the 2-path, and well back to a slightly slow starting Audax Minor. They race within the 7. It's Baxley now taking the lead under Praven Badry. A half length to If You Insist and Contreras, who's tugging at the rider. Good position 3rd on the inside for Conn Smythe with Jeffrey Alderson, 2 lengths better than Scat Factor and Alexis Sanchez. Then it's a gap of 5 back to Audax Minor. The opening quarter was 23-1. They turn into the backside. If You Insist puts the head in front of Baxley, who fights right back on down along the rail. 1.5 to Conn Smythe on the inside, a half length better than Scat Factor, and still well back to Audax Minor. A half mile to the wire, 46-1 to the half. It's still Baxley and If You Insist duking it out on the front end. Conn Smythe running along in 3rd on the inside of Scat Factor, and still 6 lengths back to Audax Minor, who's never been a threat. They race within the 3. Baxley and If You Insist still head and head. If You Insist going a bit better on the inside. Scat Factor comes into 3rd as Conn Smythe begins to tire, and Audax Minor is trailed throughout. 2 furlongs to home, 1:10 and 3 for 3/4. If You Insist has the lead from Baxley. Scat Factor the only threat down the far outside. It's If You Insist and Luis Contreras up by a length, but Scat Factor is closing. He's had plenty of pace to run at. Audax Minor down the far outside. If You Insist clinging to the lead, but here's Scat Factor and Alexis Sanchez. Scat Factor sits a perfect trip and goes on to win 3 parts of a length. If You Insist, then Baxley, Audax Minor, and Conn Smythe, 142 and 3. They're off. Arami Speightster hustled for speed from the center of the gate with Wolf Beach to his inside. Roombaba a bit rank in the early stages. Just might have clipped heels there. Final Run for Love getting away mid-pack as Zimbabwe rushes up 3 wide. The early trailer is the mare, Free Charging. Arami Speightster sets the pace, but he's being challenged now by Zimbabwe. Good position third on the inside for Wolf Beach. Final Run for Love, mid-pack about 5 lengths off the lead. Then we have Roombaba, who comes off the inside and still trailing is Free Charging. The opening quarter was 25-2. They're about 8 lengths front to back. Arami Speightster and Luis Reyes lead the charge with Zimbabwe and Chad Lee to their outside. Wolf Beach and Ram Sammy in tight down along the inside. Now Final Run for Love gets closer as Roombaba makes a 3 wide rush. It's still 3 more lengths back to Free Charging. They race out of the backstretch and into the turn. Little is changed up front. It's still Arami Speightster being pressed by Zimbabwe. Now Roombaba joins the fray after the half in 50-2. Wolf Beach has nowhere to go. Final Run for Love is next, trying to rally up the inside, and Free Charging is still at the back. They're within the quarter-mile pole. It's still Arami Speightster. Final Run for Love trying to rally up the inside with Wolf Beach still there. Zimbabwe begins to tire. It's Arami Speightster, Wolf Beach, and here comes Final Run for Love. The 3 favorites duking it out in the final furlong. Here's Final Run for Love and Jeffrey Alderson. Wolf Beach game, but Final Run for Love will prove best. Final Run for Love a neck. Then Wolf Beach, Arami Speightster, Zimbabwe, Free Charging, and Roombaba. 127-4. They're off. A good beginning. My math is correct out well from the inside with Glinton Daddy's Eye. Heard a Ghost taking back early. Third on the outside is Diomedes with Catholic Jackie mid-pack saving ground, and Time's a Breeze closer to the pace than normal. They race down the backside and approach the 5 furlong marker. The lead belongs to My Math is Correct and Kirk Johnson, a length and a half to the pair of Diomedes and Glinton Daddy's Eye. Catholic Jackie is 4th on the inside as they complete the opening quarter in 22-3. Between horses, Heard a Ghost, and out 3 deep is Time's a Breeze. 3.5 furlongs to travel. It's My Math is Correct, still unchallenged on the lead. Glinton Daddy's Eye is 2nd with Diomedes 3rd. Heard a Ghost moving well 4th on the outside with Catholic Jackie, and Time's a Breeze hard ridden at the back. Midway round the turn, little has changed. The half was 45-1. It's still Math is Correct, trying to take them gate to wire, but here comes Glinton Daddy's Eye, moving well on the outside. Catholic Jackie is rallied into 3rd on the inside of Heard a Ghost with just over a furlong to go. It's Glinton Daddy's Eye trying to deal with a persistent My Math is Correct. Heard a Ghost is 3rd and Catholic Jackie 4th. My Math is Correct finds another gear, and it's going to be My Math is Correct to take them coast to coast. My Math is Correct and Kirk Johnson over Glinton Daddy's Eye, then Heard a Ghost, Catholic Jackie, Time's a Breeze, and Diomedes. 6.5 in 116 flat. They're off. Blaze Blazing Song out slowly. Sassagoula River hard ridden from the start. Early speed from the center for Hard Performer and Silent Mort, who battle early. Tanist is third with Frack City to his outside, and now Sassagoula River advancing towards the rail. It's about 7 more lengths back to the slow starting Blazing Song. Midway down the backstretch, it's still a speed duel up front. Hard Performer on the outside of Silent Mort. They complete the opening quarter in 22-2. Sassagoula River is into third on the inside with Tanist. Frack City is falling back, well back to Blazing Song, and I don't know if Mixed Up Misfit came out of the starting gate. Midway around the turn, less than 5/16 to travel. It's Hard Performer now taking the advantage from Silent Mort, moving well on the front end. Tanist is inching a bit closer on the outside in third with Sassagoula River fourth. The half was 45-1. They reached ahead of the lane. It's still Hard Performer, not asked for much. Silent Mort is tired. Tanist looks like the threat with Sassagoula River down the far outside, but coming down to the wire, a 16th to go. Hard Performer is extending the margin. Hard Performer and Kirk Johnson are up by 5. The battle is for place between Tanist and Silent Mort, but Hard Performer prevails. Hard Performer by 5 over Tanist and Silent Mort, Sassagoula River, Frack City, and Blazing Song. 6 furlongs in 1:11-1. They're off. A good beginning. Speed from the center for No Mistake with Daring Dame to her outside rushing up. Under a hold in third, trying to get covered up in a pocket is Tizara with Arctic Velocity to her outside. Yano falling back in the early trailer is TriStar Fury. They race into the turn or past the 6 furlong marker, and it's Daring Dame and Zeril Ford up by 2. No Mistake and Leo Sal is second. Tizara and Gaskin come off the inside into the 2 path, and that takes Arctic Velocity 3 wide. It's a gap of 5 back to Yano and Luis Contreras, and well back to TriStar Fury and Chad Lee, who has 10 lengths to make up on the leader. Midway down the backside, it is Daring Dame moving comfortably on the front end. The opening quarter was 24-2. No Mistake second on the inside, racing as a pair with Tizara. Arctic Velocity has found her way back down to the inside. Then it's 2.5 lengths to Yano, and getting a bit closer from the back is TriStar Fury. 47-4 to the half, it's still Daring Dame on top. No Mistake asked to keep up. Arctic Velocity is moving well up the inside, and here comes Yano making a 3-wide rally past Tizara. TriStar Fury still at the back. They reached ahead of the lane. Daring Dame trying to take them gate to wire. Arctic Velocity with good momentum up the inside, and here comes Yano out widest. No, Arctic Velocity looking for a path. Yano sweeps to control. It's Yano and Luis Contreras. Arctic Velocity getting into second, but it's too late. Yano is getting away. Yano and Luis Contreras geared down to win by 3.5. Arctic Velocity, a bit of a troubled second there, then Daring Dame. Tizara, No Mistake, and TriStar Fury, 127-3. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Fort Erie Racetrack on this beautiful Civic Holiday Monday. Here, enjoying the holiday at the races on our Basset Hound and Corgi Day. Lots going on at the track today. We've also got the food trucks and the vendors in the backyard by the walking ring. So, a beautiful way to spend your day off here at the racetrack. Unfortunately, due to the overnight rain, the main track is muddy today and we are off the turf. However, right now it is beautiful, sunny outside, 20 degrees Celsius, 68 Fahrenheit, with a slight wind. It says 11 miles per hour on screen, but it looks like it's died down a bit at the moment. 29 minutes to first post. Visit our website, fortierieracing.com, for information about everything going on here at the track. Tune into the pre-race show for info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping, and info about upcoming races and events. We'll be back next week at Fort Erie, Monday and Tuesday, back to our 4:30 post time. And a reminder that next Tuesday, August 11th, will be the twice rescheduled Almost Cool concert. So if you've been waiting for Almost Cool, it will be taking place next week. Today is Basset Hound and Corgi Racing Day. The dogs will take to the racetrack after the last horse race. And a reminder that Wiener Dog Champion Frank will be here to take on the champions of the Basset Hound and Corgi races for the Battle of the Breeds. Be sure to come out for Fort Foodie Fest, sponsored by TELUS Pure Fiber Internet. Sunday, August 30th, post time will be 12:15. Come out for racing and the Food Truck Festival. The 91st running of the Prince of Wales Stakes takes place on Labor Day this year, Monday, September 7th. And returning for Prince of Wales Day is the fashion contest. The best dressed ladies will win a gift certificate to Lasting Impressions Lifestyle Boutique. And a reminder this year that the purse for the Prince of Wales has been increased to $500,000. We also have some other purse increases on the day, so there'll be nearly $1 million up for grabs for one of the best days of thoroughbred racing in Canada. Be sure to come out for Fort Erie's Track-A-Lantern on October 12th. Starting at noon, kids in costume can trick-or-treat around the track. Treat your team to an exciting day at the races. It's only $15 per person. The track pack includes one food item, one drink, and a Fort Erie live racing program. For more information, go to our website. And we're having non-winning ticket draws today at Fort Erie. Today's non-winning ticket draw features a dog goodie bag courtesy of Pet Food Outlet. Be sure to book your table in the Turfside Dining Room, open on live racing days. Reservations are recommended. Head down to the Paddock Shack for burgers, hot dogs, sausages, fries, and poutine, plus beer and soft drinks, located near the walking ring. Become a member of HPIBet.com today. Get $100 when you bet $100, plus your first bet is on us. Tune into your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 70 HD or 100 Epico, Thursdays at 10:30, Saturdays at 4, and Sundays at noon. And today, Fort Erie is partnering with Gulfstream Park for the Summer Sweep Pick 5. The 6th and 7th races here at Fort Erie will be part of the sequence. So if you're on track, be sure to do some handicapping at Gulfstream and get your action in on the Summer Sweep Pick 5. Smoking is allowed in designated areas only at Fort Erie Racetrack. No food or beverage are allowed in these areas, and no cannabis is allowed on the property. Up next are today's changes. In race 1, we have an overweight on the number 2, Charity First. The rider will be 2 pounds over at 119. And an overweight on the number 5, Golden Test, 1 pound over at 116. In race 2, we have an overweight on the number 1, Sea to Air, 2 pounds over at 124. Stewart scratched the number 4, Ernie's Martini. Race 3 is clear, no changes in the third. In race 4, we are off the turf. It will now be run at 1 mile and 70 yards over the main track. Stewart scratched the number 1, Naughty and Nice. And Stewart scratched the number 4, Silent Patsy. Take out numbers 1 and 4. In race 5, we have an overweight on the number 3, Dodester, 2 pounds over at 124. Race 6, we have an overweight on the number 1, Get Out the Vote, 2 pounds over at 124. And in race 7, we will be off the turf. Race 7 will now be contested over 6 1/2 furlongs on the main track. There'll be no show, no superfecta, and no jackpot high five wagering. Stewart scratched the number 2, Night Saber, the number 3, Domer Allure, the number 4, Coach Kaylee, the number 6, Alta Calibre, and the number 7, Golden Spring. Scratch numbers 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7. Main track onlys 8 and 9 draw in. Rider change on the number 8, A La Turca, make the rider Zerrell Ford. And a rider change on the number 9, Nicole's Song, make the rider Luis Reyes. Seven races on tap today for our Civic Holiday Monday card here from Fort Erie Racetrack. A reminder that we are partnered with Gulfstream for the Summer Sweep Pick 5 today, so lots of great racing action to look forward to. Basset Hounds and Corgis will take the track after the last horse race of the day. But before that, let's take a look at our picks for today's card. First race of the day, race 1 is a 5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up which have never won 3. It's a 6 furlong sprint for a claiming price of $5,000. Early pick 5 starts here. It is a field of 5 to kick off the day. I'm going to the number 1, Benny's Jets. Came down to Fort Erie on July 6th in a very tough starter optional 10 over the turf and chased the early pace before giving way to finish last. Now we're getting the big drop in, going from optional 10 open horses to a 5,000 non-winners of 3. I don't know how he'll take to the dirt, but he does have speed on the inside, and this is major class relief. Deshaun Bino rides for Desmond Maynard, who has taken over the training. I think at a bit of a price, this is one worth looking at. Favorite on the outside is going to be the number 5, Golden Test, apprentice Christoph Douglas, coming down to ride for Tony Adamo and Icon Racing Stables. Golden Test ran in a non-winners of 3 allowance on July 12th, showed some speed and then spit the bit, finished last. Again, getting big class relief here, going in for the 47.50 to take a little bit of weight off of his back along with the apprentice rider. He raced over a sloppy track last October and didn't really fare well, showed speed and did the same thing, spit the bit and finished 6th. We'll see if he can sustain his speed at this lower level of competition. Then the number 4, Boston Bay, made his seasonal debut last week on July 27th for 4,000. Ran an okay race to be a distant third in a 5-horse field. Got beat by a second-time Fort Erie horse, Kentucky Bill, and a class-dropping Lonrose Gamble. Now he's got that start under his belt. He's raced 3 times over a wet track and raced well all 3 times. So we'll see how Boston Bay goes off the claim for Joe Humber. Luis Reyes will be in the saddle. Race 2 is a 62.50 claimer for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won 2 races since November 3rd. The early pick 4 kicks off here. Scratch down to a field of 5 with the withdrawal of Ernie's Martini. My top choice here is the number 3, Where Is Essa? Where Is Essa had a poor break on June 29th and rallied to be 3rd, and then Came back at the 5,000 level on July 20th and ran a very game race, digging in the stretch to hold off Name of the Game to win. The Sharon Chicotto barn having very good results in recent weeks. They had a good second at Woodbine yesterday with a Tyria. Good to see leading rider Juan Crawford back with us after having to book off last week due to a minor injury in a spill at Woodbine. So best of luck to Juan Crawford. And where is Essa? Number 2, Paperback Hero, had a very rough break on July 20th. Basically got wiped out at the start. Tried to make a rally turning for home and then flattened out in the final furlong. Really wasn't a bad race. That was the same race that Where is Essa won. Paperback Hero still trying to find his groove, but he has a great record over a wet track. Never been worse than third over wet dirt. He ran in the slop on June 14th and got beat a half length to Silent Miracle. Leo Salas will be riding this one for Roy Augustino and Reggie Johnston. Then on the inside, number 1, Sea to Air, going to be a speed factor here for Jeff Voice and Ishmael Mascara. Another one who really likes a wet track, 3 starts, 1 win, and 2 seconds. It was a bit flat last time at the $10,000 level, but won for $62.50 2 starts ago and has a shot to take them gate to wire. Race 3 is a 10,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4. 6 furlongs the distance to kick off the late pick 5. Got a field of 6 here. And another very live Sharon Chicotto trainee is the number 3, Rise My Guy, looking to go 3 for 3 off the claim. Was a winner in a starter optional 10 on July 12th. Biggest concern for me with Rise My Guy is that his record over a wet track isn't the best. He does seem to prefer when the track is fast. However, he's in the form of his life right now. He's never been this good. So we'll see how he fires over the wet track. Another Juan Crawford and Sharon Chicotto charge. Speed factor is going to be the number 4, Sterling Castle. Sofia Vives into ride for Tony Adamo. This is always a live combination. Sterling Castle raced out this level on July 20th. Was forwardly placed but couldn't hold off Always Away, who really finished nicely that day. Before that, Sterling Castle had won 2 in a row, including a non-winners of 3 allowance on June 14th. If he makes the lead, he might take some running down. He did win over a good track at Mountaineer in May. This will be his first time over something a bit more trying, over the muddy going. Then the number 2, Have to Reload, was second to Rise My Guy on July 12th. This is another one who could show speed. Helen Vanek has the mount for Mike Blake. The Mike Blake horses have been racing very well this season. They've only had 1 entrant finish out of the top 3 so far this season. Have to Reload doesn't win a ton in recent years, but he really shows up with good efforts more often than not. So we'll see how this 6-year-old son of Reload fires today. Race 4 is a starter optional claimer for the fillies and mares. Off the turf, going to go about 1 mile, 70 yards. It's an optional 12.5 claimer. 2 scratches, so we're down to a field of 5. And we've got a big class dropper in the number 3, Voice from Above. This one goes for Phil Hall. Kevin Nichols coming down to ride. Phil Hall and Kevin Nichols teamed up for a win at Woodbine last week with Armada Rising. Voice from Above raced for $25,000 at Woodbine on the inner turf on June 26th and finished 5th. Find some really nice mares. This Is It, who's another Phil Hall trainee. Gallyhead flying back. Really good competition. The biggest question for this mare is the dirt. She's only ever had 1 dirt start. Never raced over a wet track. So that's the biggest question mark. But just the class relief should make this Daughter of Audible a big factor here. Number 2, Little Iris, was a very easy winner in a 8,000 non-4, non-1 of the year over this distance on June 21st. She's got 2 starts over wet dirt, and both of them were second place finishes. One of them was a third where she was placed second. So we know she likes the dirt. We know she likes the distance. Juan Crawford rides this one for Steve Cathcart. And Steve Cathcart also sends out the number 6, Candid Candace, who was second behind Little Iris on June 21st. Candid Candace has been gradually improving with each start for this barn this year. Had some trouble in her first 2 Woodbine starts, but I thought she's raced well in both starts here at Fort Erie, and we'll see how she takes to the muddy surface. Race 5 is an allowance race for 3-year-olds and up which have never won 2. 6.5 furlongs the distance. Field of 6 to kick off the final pick 3 on the card. I'm going to the number 3 Dodester, another Ishmael Mascara and Jeff Voice entrant. Dodester, I thought, raced very well to be third after a bad break on July 21st. That was over a sloppy track. Really finished up well to be beaten a length and a half. Heavy like a Chevy was the controlling speed that day, and this gelding only missed second by a head. I thought all of his efforts so far this year have been good. He had that little prep race at Ajax over 3.5 furlongs, and since then he's been putting in good efforts here at Fort Erie. He likes the wet track, and I think if he has some speed to run at, he could come flying in the stretch. Number 1, Jagger Dude, was a very impressive debut winner on July 21st over a sloppy track. Showed speed and just kept going, drew off to win by 6. We saw Hard Performer come out of that race for an easy win last week. Chad Lee having good results for the Julie Mathis barn, so we'll see if this son of Jagger, a homebred for Bruno Chickadans, can go gate to wire again. However, we're going to have some other speed here. The number 4, Speedy Connection. Very easy maiden allowance win for Icon and Adamo on July 12th. It wasn't the best field in the world. I definitely think this is a tougher group that he has to face in his first start against winners. He got loose on the lead and just drew off. He was 10 cents on the dollar that day in his dirt debut. Zerald Ford has the ride again. If he can outsprint Jagger Dude, he's got a good chance to kick on. Even if he doesn't outsprint Jagger Dude, he might be good enough to put that one away in a battle and find enough to win. But if he's going to be too short a price, I think there's others to consider here. Even the number 2, Red D, that's the pick for Ashley Mayu here, and I definitely think that one's a contender off of a $15,000 claim up at Woodbine. Race 6 is a very nice starter optional claimer for the mares who have started for a claiming price of $5,000 or less, or going for a claiming price of $10,000. It's a 5.5 furlong sprint. Kicks off the late double. This is a bit of a class test for the number 4, Legs Like Flatter, who's really taken well to Fort Erie. She's got 5 wins and 9 starts over the Fort Erie dirt. But now she's got to jump out of the, kind of go out of the frying pan and into the fire. She's always been racing against the condition claimers. Now she's going to take the starter optional types on. But again, 5 for 9 at Fort Erie. Other question mark is the wet track. All of her races have been over a fast track. Track was sealed last time on July 21st, so there's a little bit of moisture in it. We'll see while this one fires for Juan Crawford and Sharon Chicotto. Number 2, Ash Carnelli is the pick for Ashley Mayu. Just got outgunned by Because. Looked like she was going to win, and Because just found enough to dig back in and win by a head. That was on July 12th. Had a nice win at the $8,000 level before that on June 29th. Ash Carnelli's just a hard knocker. 13 starts at Fort Erie, 5 wins, 5 seconds, 2/3. Always shows up, can close, can be close to the lead. Sean Gaskin having a very good season, and Kevin Buttigieg trains this Colebrook Farms homebred. Then on the outside, number 6, Because, like I said, looked beaten but dug in to get up and beat Ash Carnelli on July 12th. That was her first start over the Fort Erie surface. Steve Cathcart having a good season with these Pan Am racing horses that they've claimed out of. A lot of them have been coming from Will Rogers Downs and Mountaineer, and they're taking well to Fort Erie. And Alexis Sanchez had a slow start to the meet, but he's had a couple of wins in recent weeks, so we'll see if he can keep the momentum going. Last race of the day, it's a 5,000 claimer for the mares. It's off the turf. It's going to be 6.5 furlongs on the main track. We've got a lot of scratches here. Scratch the 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7. So we are down to a field of 4 to close out the day, unfortunately. And we've got 2 main track onlys drawing in. I think they are big parts of the conversation here. My choice is the number 9, Nicole Song, who's going for Joe Humber and Tessa Passero. We've got Luis Reyes picking up the mount. Nicole Song has had 2 runner-up finishes coming into this race, second behind a runaway Super Cop last time. Before that was very game when beaten ahead by Rifling on July 12th. Nicole Song, she doesn't like kickback in her face, so she likes an outside trip. She's got the outside draw in a 4-horse field. You can't really ask for a much better setup for this horse. And I just don't know who else is really going to fire. A La Turca is a bit of a question mark. That's the choice of Ashley Mayu here. And I don't mind the horse. You've got Zerald Ford picking up the mount, which is a positive. but disappointed last time. 2 starts ago was second to legs like flatter. Ala Turca can definitely win, but I find her tough to trust. And then on the inside, last glimmer for Cathcart. This is Cathcart's own horse. Alexis Sanchez has the call. This is a daughter of Uncle Mo, some class in the pedigree. But disappointed last time on July 21st. Had a win against non-winners of 3 back in June. Small fields can be chaotic. A lot of them just depend on jockey decisions. We'll see what happens, but I think this works out well for Nicole's song here. Anyways, that's a look at our 7-race card. 10 minutes to first post. Again, the Basset Hounds and Corgis will be taking the track after the last race of the day. So until then, enjoy our thoroughbred action. Enjoy the vendors and food trucks out by the walking ring, and just have a lovely civic holiday afternoon here at Fort Erie Racetrack.
We're about 8 or 9 minutes away here from the opener, the first of 7 here on this Monday program. 6 furlongs is the distance here for these $5,000 claimers, and they're in search of their 3rd career victory. It's a really tough race to get through. It's a compact field of 5, but there looks to be plenty of pace signed on. I'm not sure who's necessarily going to be the quickest, who's going to like the track conditions today. A lot to factor in, and when it came down to it, kept on going back to the number 3, Video Evidence, who's the last horse to get over here to get saddled. Hopefully will find his way to the winner's circle and stay in front. Showed some speed last time out, will in for 4,000. Ended up being 3rd best behind A La Carte, who I thought ran very well that day in Magical Champagne. You just feel like he chased in vain throughout that race. It was going 5.5, so he's going to get a little added distance, but I'm not going to hold his Mountaineer form against him. It was just his first start of the season here, and you go back to his late races last year, he was very competitive over this surface, and I love the way that he was gritty in his races and he showed that speed. So for me, I'll use Video Evidence as the top pick. Do think some other horses to maybe look at include the number 5 in here, Golden Test for trainer Tony Adamo, Icon Racing. Disappointed last time out, but this is an aggressive drop now. That was against allowance level, non-winners of 3 lifetime, now in for $4,750. Draws the outside in here, should show plenty of early foot and maybe can prevail. I mean, being realistic, this horse was claimed for 8,000 against non-winners of 2 life, so had to step him up in those last couple, was unable to do so. So much more realistic level for him today. So I do think he makes a lot of sense, and maybe he'll just be a little bit more fit now, as his last start was his first start since mid-December. And finally, I don't know if he's technically a closer all of the time, but if you are of the opinion that horses are going to be able to run from off of it, I think you do give the 4 Boston Bay a long look. Going to race first off the claim here for Joy Elkins, Joe Humber, the conditioner. This is a horse that was 3rd last time out behind Kentucky Bill, who just sort of ran away with things. Lon Rose Gamble was a horse that was dropping in class a little bit more aggressively. And this was a horse that was also just coming off the freshening. So there is some upside. You look at the races last year. Look at the horse that won the final start of this one's 5-year-old campaign, Star Scholar, who's been very good here for John Sims. You just start to wonder if maybe he's been against tougher. You might not be able to see that from the claiming prices and the conditions, but I do feel like overall he's probably faced tougher than he'll face today, so give him a little bit of a look. But for me, we'll see if the 3 video evidence can get back on track here in his second start this year at Fort Erie, as he does have very competitive numbers from 2025. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's first race. Race 1 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. Going for a claiming price of $5,000 down to $4,750, traveling a distance of 6 furlongs, competing for a purse of $20,250. Race 1 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 5 wagering. Race 1 post parade. We'll come back to number 1. Number 2 is Charity First. Michael David rides for trainer Paul Lepien and owner MPB Stables. Number 3 is Video Evidence. Kirk Johnson in the saddle for trainer Julie Mathis and owner David Mathis. Number 4 is Boston Bay, racing for Joy Elkins. Luis Reyes has the call for trainer Joe Humber. Number 5 is Golden Test. Christoph Douglas riding for trainer Tony Adamo and owner Icon Racing Stables. And on track now, number 1, Benny's Jets. Deshaun Bino pilots for trainer Desmond Maynard and owner RCC Racing Stable. 2 minutes to post for race 1. Early pick 5 wagering kicks off here. Field is moving into the chute before the starting gate takes position. Not much time left to get your race 1 wagers in. Early pick 5 wager kicks off here. The current favorite at 8-5 is the number 5 Golden Test. 2-1 support on the 4 Boston Bay, and 3-1 on both numbers 1 Benny's Jets and 3 Video Evidence. Starting gate is about to take position. Last call to get your race 1 wagers in. Race 1 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. First of 7 here at Fort Erie for the Civic Holiday Monday. Current favorite at 7-5 is the number 5 Golden Test. First to go in will be Benny's Jets with Deshaun Bino. Benny's Jets goes up. The mare, Charity First, will be next under Michael David. Video Evidence with Kirk Johnson to gate 3. Boston Bay and Luis Reyes. And last up will be the favorite Golden Test and Christoph Douglas. All set. They're off. A perfect beginning, speed from the outside for Golden Test with Video Evidence between horses and Benny's Jets down along the fence. Boston Bay takes back to 4th on the outside, and after a good beginning, Charity First is tailed off to last. Midway down the backstretch, Golden Test is cleared to the rail under Christoph Douglas. He's opened up 3 lengths. Video Evidence is second under Kirk Johnson. Then it's Benny's Jets and Deshaun Bino third, a length better than Boston Bay and Luis Reyes. And it's well back to Charity First. A quick opening quarter, 21-3. It's Golden Test looking to sustain that speed for another 5/16 of a mile. Video Evidence inches closer in second. Moving into third on the outside is Boston Bay. Benny's Jets is fourth, and it's another 15 lengths to Charity First. The half was 45-1. They corner, and it's Golden Test. The lead is down to 2. Video Evidence is second. Boston Bay moving well down the far outside, and plenty of room up the rail for Benny's Jets is good enough. 3 across the track. It's still Golden Test, but here's Video Evidence. Video Evidence puts the head in front. Boston Bay tries to rally, but he's stalling now. Video Evidence now given a left-handed reminder, and will kick on to win. It's Video Evidence, 3 parts of a length to Golden Test and Boston Bay, Benny's Jets, and Charity First. 6 furlongs and 111 flat. Unofficial in race 1, the winner is number 3, Video Evidence. Second, number 5, Golden Test. Third, number 4, Boston Bay. And fourth, number 1, Benny's Jets. Unofficial race 1 order, 3-5-4-1. Race 1 is now official. Now returning to the walking ring winner's circle, the official winner of today's first race, number 3, Video Evidence. Video Evidence is a 4-year-old Greyer Roan gelding by Big Screen out of My Sweet Emily, bred here in Ontario by Spring Farm. Ridden to victory today by Kirk Johnson. Video Evidence is trained by Julie Mathis for David Mathis. Third lifetime win in 15 starts, the first win of the season for Video Evidence, who gets up in the late stages to complete the 6 furlongs over the muddy track in a winning time of 1:11 flat. Congratulations to the connections of Video Evidence. Prices are up, $5.80 to win, $3 and $2.10. Second, number 5, Golden Test, $3.10 to place, $2.30. Third, number 4, Boston Bay, $2.10 to show. $2 exacta, $3.5, $12.10. The $1 try, $3.54, $10.30. $1 super, $3.541, $12.60. And we'd like to say thank you to our partners at True Green Professional Lawn Care, who have been helping us keep the grass looking green and lush. And we're proud to partner with Oneida New Holland of Niagara. We'd like to thank them for providing us with a tractor for our racetrack maintenance. Race 2 is up next, an overweight on the number 1, Sea to Air, 2 pounds over at 124. Stewart scratched the number 4, Ernie's Martini. 18 minutes to post for race 2.
Time for the early pick 4 here in race number 2. It's a claiming event. Claiming price of $6,250 for non-winners of 2 on the year. Distance here of 6 furlongs. So you look at this group, the 4 is out. It leaves us with a field of 5. It's a pretty evenly matched group when you go through this field top to bottom. It's going to be interesting to see how the pace plays out. So we have horses like Where Is Essa and Katie Holiday, who showed speed last time out. And I think for Where Is Essa, that's probably the game move. And I do use this one on top. I'll admit it, I did not use Where Is Essa last time out, and I was certainly disappointed as he was able to take a really nice step forward and pick up his first win on the year in his 4th start in 2026. And just, Juan Crawford rode him beautifully, got aggressive with him, put him into the race, and I think it made all the difference. Was able to hold on there by a neck over Name of the Game and Commander Joe and did it well. He's technically in for more money today, but I do think this is a perfect spot with the conditioning being non-winners of 2 on the year. So we'll see if Where Is Essa can get the job done, make it repeat trips to the winner's circle. I think if you're looking at others, the wet track made me think about the number 6 in here, Mia and Me, for a very long time. This one has been in the barn of Joe Humber for several starts now and really hasn't been able to get going, but took a little bit of a step forward last time out while in for 10,000. That was going 6.5, so a little bit further, and tried to roll from off of it, but always away in Sterling Castle. They got some speed. I think the winner ended up tripping out beautifully in Sterling Castle, a horse that we'll see here in just a little bit. I just think in terms of the trip for this one, it could really work out for Mia and Me given the conditions, the outside draw. And in the past, this is a horse that's had to show a little bit of speed and has somehow been able to do so. So I don't want to say he's one-dimensional. He has a few tricks up his sleeve. I could see him getting the right trip in here. Finally from here, I mean, it's anyone's race. Paperback Hero, he likes some moisture in the track. The 1C to Air looked very good 2 starts back. And then Kitty Holiday was commanding last time out. It's basically trying to steal this on the front end. He was able to draw clear by 2 1/4. I just came down to post for me and where horses were drawn. I did go to the 1C to Air, who I wasn't necessarily impressed with last time out, but I thought that Mikey David gave this horse the right trip, tried to put him in there, and his stablemate was setting the fractions, I believe, in the front end, that being Forest Flash, and backed out of it. I just think C to Air didn't have it that day. But I mentioned you kind of look at that ref effort. I think you have to hold Mia and Me a little bit higher on your tickets, which is what I do here. And I just go back to the win 2 back and some of these efforts last year. This is a horse they've been able to take to Ajax. He's been effective, but he's still effective even at 6 furlongs going back. I think he could get the right trip in here and save a ton of ground. So not an easy way here to kick off the early pick 4, but for me, I'll stick with the 3, Where Is Essa. We'll see if he can double up. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's second race. Race 2 is a claimer for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won 2 races since November 3rd. Going for a claiming price of $6,250 down to $6,000. We're traveling a distance of 6 furlongs, competing for a purse of $24,375. Race 2 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 4 wagering. Race 2 post parade, number 1 is Sea to Air. Ishmael Mascara rides for trainer Jeff Voice and owners Robin Voice, Melinda Schuett, and MG Stables. Number 2 is Paperback Hero. Leo Salas in the saddle for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Reggie Johnston. Number 3 is Where is Essa? Juan Crawford rides. Sharon Chicotto trains and pardones with Jim Vatier and Michael Thomas Green. Scratch the 4. Number 5 is Kitty Holiday, owned and trained by John Sims. The rider is Pierre Mailhot. Completing the field, number 6, Mia and Me. Luis Reyes riding for trainer Joe Humber and owner Robert Elkins. Early pick 4 wagering kicks off here in race 2. Race 2 field is heading into the chute before the starting gate takes position. Not much time left to get your race 2 wagers in. 8-5 favorite is the number 3, Where is Essa? This race kicks off the early pick 4 on today's card. Last call to get your race 2 wagers in. They'll be heading to post shortly. Race 2 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Where is Essa and Mia and Me, co-favorite at 2-1 as we begin loading for the first leg of the early pick 4. First up is Sea to Air with Ishmael Mascara, Paperback Hero and Leo Salas. Last out winner, Where is Essa with Juan Crawford. Goes up. Kitty Holiday, also a last out winner. Pierre Mailhot aboard. And last in will be Mia and Me with Luis Reyes. All set. They're off. Mia and Mia well from the outside with Where is Essa. Between them, Kitty Holiday gets away third. Sea to Air back into fourth, about 2 lengths off the lead, racing on the inside with Paperback Hero to his outer. 4.5 furlongs to travel. It's a 3-prong speed duel. Where is Essa on the inside? Between horses, Kitty Holiday, and widest is Mia and Me. 2 lengths back to Sea to Air in a good spot under Mascara in fourth, and Paperback Hero only has 5 lengths to make up. Quick opening quarter, 22-2. They reach the 3, and it's Where is Essa and Juan Crawford with a short lead. Mia and Me traveling well, 3 deep. Kitty Holiday ridden along between them. Sea to Air is inching closer, getting off the inside, trying to rally, and Paperback Hero still in striking range. 45-2 to the half. They reach the head of the lane, and all 5 are in with a shot. Paperback Hero moving well up the inside. It's still Where is Essa and Mia and Me battling for the lead. Sea to Air widest. Here comes Paperback Hero. Plenty of room up the inside. Mia and Me has put away Where is Essa, but here's Paperback Hero and Leo Salas skimming the inside to victory. Paperback Hero a neck over Mia and Me. Then Where is Essa, Kitty Holiday, and Sea to Air. 6 furlongs in the mud in 109-4. Unofficial in race 2, the winner is number 2, Paperback Hero. Second, number 6, Mia and Me. Third, number 3, Where is Essa. And fourth, number 5, Kitty Holiday. Unofficial race 2 order, 2-6-3-5. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a rider's claim of foul into running of race 2. The rider of the 4th place finisher, number 5, Kitty Holiday, claiming interference against the number 6, Mia and Me at the top of the stretch. Once again, that is a rider's claim of foul, 5 against 6, 4th against 2nd, alleging interference at the top of the stretch. Does not involve the unofficial winner, Paperback Hero. Now returning to the walking ring winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's second race, number 2, Paperback Hero. Paperback Hero is an 8-year-old bay gelding by Speitster out of Page Dancer, bred in Kentucky by Kidder, Cole, and Kidder. Rallying up the inside under Leo Salas, Paperback Hero is trained by Roy Augustino for Reginald Johnston. That's the 10th lifetime win in 51 starts for the 8-year-old gelding. He completes the 6 furlongs in the mud in an impressive 109.4 for his closing style. Congratulations to the connections of Paperback Hero. Hold all tickets as the inquiry is ongoing. 4th against 2nd at the top of the stretch. Claim of foul has been disallowed. There will be no change in the order of race 2. Race 2 order 2635 will be made official shortly. Race 2 is now official. Prices are up. Paperback Hero returns $15.70 to wins, $7.10 and $3.50. Second, number 6, Mia and Me, $7.30 to place $4.60. Third, number 3, Where Is Essa, $3.30 to show. $2 exacta, $2.6, $84 even. The $1 try, $2.63, $154.25. $1 super, $2.635, $317.65. And the $2 double, $3.2, $57.90. We had a claim out of race 2, the number 6, Mia and Me, claimed by Sharon Chicotto, Jim Vatier, and Mike Green. Moves to the barn of trainer Sharon Chicotto. Fort Erie wants to give a shout out to one of our sponsors, Dr. Jeff Robichaud of Niagara Rhinoplasty. Contact info on screen now, located at 23 Hanover Drive, St. Catharines. And a shout out to our partners at All-in-One Legal Concierge. If you have legal hurdles, you can bet on All-in-One. Race 3 coming up in 17 minutes. There are no changes.
Well, we saw a very exciting finish there in race number 2. It looks like race number 3 might be the same way, as we have a very competitive $10,000 claiming event here for the Colts and Geldings. 6 furlongs is the distance. And in this field, I mean, looking at the field of 6 top to bottom, it's going to come down to trip in here, pace, and who likes an off track. And kept on going back here to the number 3, Rise My Guy, who you see is 0 for 4 over a wet track, but comes in here off of stellar form, has won the last 2, has done really well since moving to the barn of Sharon Shikata. You can see they gelded him, and it seems like it's made all the difference. I love the trips that he's been able to get in both of them where he stalks, he pounces late, and I thought last time out, jumping up to that starter optional claiming event, he ended up being much the best. He was able to put away Have to Reload, who set the pace in there, ended up being second. That one draws to his inside in this spot, and I just think he's going to trip out in here. So not necessarily really worried about his form over a wet track. I just love his recency and use him on top. The 4, Sterling Castle, I think you have to give this one a really long look. It's very speedy and has been forward in those last 2, most recently at 6.5 furlongs, where this one was second best behind Always Away, who looked like the horse that might sit the right trip and was able to do so. But prior to that, this horse had very nice wins, both here at Fort Erie and at Mountaineer, where this one has been gritty on the front end. And that's what I like about this horse from a pace play. I mean, if he's going, you know he's going to fight, and maybe the 6.5 event last time out sets him up really nicely for this race. He comes back in for the same claiming price, but he does get a little bit of that distance change, going from 6.5 to 6. And then finally from here, wide open. I looked at the 1, Globetrotting, who I thought looked very good in that Fort Erie debut last time out. Looked at the 2, Have to Reload, and even the outside 2 in here, the 5 and the 6. They have races that would make them a player. But I did go back to the 2, Have to Reload, because this horse has just kind of had the same story in those last couple. Has been second best. I've loved the rides, though, in those last 2 from Helen Vanek, and I just think was honestly sitting on the second best horse last time out. And you know, this horse is only making that 3rd start of the season. You start to look at some others where we've seen them more often. You just wonder if he's getting back onto track here in the barn. From a limited number of runners, they've done extremely well. So I feel like when you look at the 2, Have to Reload, based on his connections and his past performances as of late, you have to use him at least in the bottom of the exotics, because you know he can fight on and he should be forward early on. But for me, we'll see if the 3, Rise My Guy, can make it 3 for 3 since the barn change here, and if he'll take to some moisture in the track. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's third race. Race 3 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race in 2026 or which have never won 4 races. We're going for a claiming price of $10,000 down to $9,000, traveling a distance of 6 furlongs, competing for a purse of $28,050. Race 3 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 5 wagering. Race 3 post parade, number 1 is Globe Trotting. Deshaun Gaskin rides for trainer Kevin Buttigieg and owner Colebrook Farms. Away from parade, number 2 is Have to Reload. Helen Vanek in the saddle for trainer Mike Blake and owners Ascot Stud, Amanda Enns, Mike Blake Sr., Rachel Stalker Parks, and Mark Stout. Number 3 is Rise My Guy. Juan Crawford has the call for trainer Sharon Chicotto, who owns with Jim Vatier and Michael Thomas Green. Number 4 is Sterling Castle, racing for Bermuda Blue Farm and Icon Racing Stables. Sofia Vives rides for trainer Tony Adamo. Number 5 is Forest Buzz. Steve Jadu pilots for trainer Corey McChesney and owner Phil Vanderbert. Completing the field, number 6, Wet and Wild, owned and trained by Louis Cappy. The rider is Edgar Zenteno. 2 minutes to post for race 3. Late pick 5 wagering kicks off here. Race 3 field is heading into the chute before the starting gate takes position. Not much time left to get your race 3 wagers in. 9-5 favorite, the number 4 Sterling Castle. Close second choice at 2-1 is the number 3 Rise My Guy. And 5-2 on the number 2 Have to Reload. So a pretty competitive betting board here. This race kicks off the late pick 5. Last call to get your race 3 wagers in. Race 3 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Favoritism still on the number 4 Sterling Castles. We kick off the late pick 5 on today's card. First up will be Globetrotting and Deshaun Gaskin. Have to Reload and Helen Vanek to gate 2. Rise My Guy looking to extend his winning streak to 3 with Juan Crawford. Sterling Castle with Sofia Vives at 3-2. Forest Buzz making his second start of the year under Steve Jadu. And last in will be Wet n Wild with Edgar Zenteno. Forest Buzz backs out. Goes up and Wet n Wild will complete the line. All set. They're off. Lunging at the start is Forest Buzz, going to spot them about 5 lengths early. Speed from the center of the gate for Sterling Castle. Vives has him right on the lead, but Have to Reload and Globetrotting, both keeping a close eye. Fourth on the far outside is Wet n Wild with Rise My Guy in the center, and it's well back to Forest Buzz. Just over a half mile to travel. It's Sterling Castle and Sofia Vives up a length and a half. They complete the opening quarter in 22-2. Have to Reload is second under Vanek with Globetrotting back into third under Gaskin. Zenteno has Wet n Wild 3 wide. Tough spot between horses for Rise My Guy, and now Forest Buzz getting a bit closer at the back. Midway around the turn, it's still Sterling Castle moving well up front. The top 2 extend as Have to Reload still races in second. The half was 45-1. Up the inside, Rise My Guy going to try and rally. Actually, he's 3 deep. It's Forest Buzz trying to rally up the inside. But now Sterling Castle spurts clear. He's opened up a quick 7 lengths with a 16th to go. It's Sterling Castle just drawing clear. A much the best victory here. The battle is for place between Rise My Guy and Have to Reload. But Sterling Castle, much the best. Have to Reload was second over Rise My Guy, then Forest Buzz Globetrotting and well back to Wet n Wild. 6 furlongs and 109 flat. Unofficial in race 3, the winner is number 4, Sterling Castle. Second, number 2, Have to Reload. Third, number 3, Rise My Guy. It's a photo for fourth. Hold all tickets. Race 3 is now official. Now returning to the walking ring winner's circle, the official winner of today's third race, number 4, Sterling Castle. Sterling Castle is a 4-year-old bay gelding by Super Speedy out of Lanessa, bred here in Ontario by Philip Lanning and John Carey. Sofia Vives with the winning ride. Sterling Castle is trained by Tony Adamo for Bermuda Blue Farm and Icon Racing Stables. Third win of the season for Sterling Castle, his 4th lifetime win in 11 starts. A romping front-end score, completing the 6 furlongs in a winning time of 109 flat. Congratulations to the connections of Sterling Castle. Prices are up. Race 3 is official. $570 to win, $350 and $240. Second, number 2, Have to Reload, $390 to place, $250. Third, number 3, Rise My Guy, $230 to show. $2 exacta 4-2, $19.20. The $1 try, 4-2-3, $26.50. $1 super, 4-2-3-1, $74.70. $2 double, 2-4, $51.80. And the $1 pick 3, $64.95. And we'd like to wish a very happy birthday to Jim Vatier. Happy birthday, Jim, from all of your friends and family here at Fort Erie Racetrack. There's lots of fun for kids at the Ontario Racing Kids Experience booth set up at customer service. Learn to braid horsehair, get a free squishy, and much more. And we'd like to say thank you to our partners at Portage M&A Advisory. You've already made history. Now it's time to make your future. Race 4 is up next. It's off the turf. It will now be run at 1 mile and 70 yards over the main track. Stewart scratched the number 1, Naughty and Nice, and the number 4, Silent Patsy. Scratch numbers 1 and 4. 16 minutes to post for race 4.
Race 4 up next, going to kick off the late pick 4. It's a starter optional claiming event for fillies and mares. It moves to the main track at 1.70 miles. And looking at this group, I think trainer Stephen Cathcart did a little bit of a rain dance, as both of his horses in here should handle the main track just fine based on what we've seen in their last outing when they finished first and second in an $8,000 claiming event. And ultimately, I do go to the number 2 in here, Little Iris, as the top pick with the surface change. A horse that was a 4-length winner last time out. Got a 59 Beyer speed figure when winning that event. And I give her a little bit of a pass for her return to the races. You can see she's been kind of moved around several times. We saw her at Will Rogers Downs. We saw her at Mountaineer. We saw her here on the grass where the winner, Nadia Nice, who was originally entered in this spot for the turf, was able to use her speed on the front end and command things. This is a filly that never really got going, but looking at her last time out, given that it was at 1.70 miles on the main track, loved the trip that she got from Juan Crawford, and she was just much the best. She kind of galloped in front there in the final stages, so love her here on the dirt. The 3 Voice from Above, this one for Phil Hall, is a new face here to Fort Erie. You can see has been on the turf and the Tapeta in those 3 tries this year. Really hasn't fired all the best, but comes in here off the better of the 3 efforts in terms of the number that was posted. Tried to roll from kind of the back of the pack and was unable to do so, but kind of looking at the pedigree here, I am a little intrigued to see this one get onto the dirt for just the 2nd time in the career. You have to go pretty far back to find the other dirt start that she has, and you know, kind of look at her form here and there late last year. She has a couple of races that would be certainly credible, and I do find this to be an interesting spot for her, so I'll use her underneath. And then finally, I'll use the stablemate to Little Iris in here, the 6 Candid Candace, who tried to close there, was trying to catch up to the stablemate and unable to do so. But I did think it was a good effort. She's one that was similar. I mean, they tried her on the turf in her first start at Fort Erie, then moved her to the dirt, and she took a step forward. And for her, it was just her first time in her career on the dirt, and I do wonder if there's some upside with her, and I do think she'll need to get a similar trip. It's been interesting for her. She's more effective, in my opinion, when she's able to stalk at a longer distance, and I do think in this compact field, she should be able to do that, and that might be a little bit of a difference maker. But personally, prefer her stablemate, who will look to double up here, make it 2 in a row, and that's the number 2, Little Iris. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's fourth race. Race 4 is a starter optional claimer for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have started for a claiming price of $8,000 or less in the last 2 years, or going for a claiming price of $12,500. We're off the turf, so this will now be run at 1 mile and 70 yards over the main track, and we're competing for a purse of $27,750. Race 4 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 4 wagering. Race 4 post parade, scratch the 1. Number 2 is Little Iris. Juan Crawford rides for trainer Steve Cathcart and owner Pan Am Racing. Number 3 is Voice from Above. Keve Nichols into ride for trainer Phil Hall and owners Beckham Ranch and Blair Law. Scratch the 4. Number 5 is Iron Pyrite. Zerrell Ford has the call for trainer Julie Mathis and owner David Mathis. Number 6 is Candid Candice. Alexis Sanchez riding for trainer Steve Cathcart, who owns in partnership with Joseph Roberto. And completing the field, number 7, My Cash Factor. Steve Jadu riding for trainer Eric Raganoff and owner Nancy Raganoff. 1 minute to post for race 4. We are off the turf, 1 mile and 70 yards over the main track. Late pick 4 wagering starts here. Race 4 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. 8-5 favorite is the number 3, Voice from Above, making her Fort Erie debut. Close second choice is the number 2, Little Iris, one of 2 for the Steve Cathcart barn. First up will be Little Iris with Juan Crawford for this 1.70-yard route around the main track. Voice from Above and Keve Nichols take their position. Iron Pyrite and Zerrell Ford. Candid Candace and Alexis Sanchez will be next. Goes up. Last in will be My Cash Factor and Steve Jadu. All set. They're off over the 1.70. A good break from the center for Iron Pyrite, who's straight to the lead. Being chased now by Candid Candace, moving up on the outside. Stablemate Little Iris racing third along the rail, side by side with Voice from Above. And out wide, the trailer is My Cash Factor. They race within the 7, the pace being set by Iron Pyrite and Zerrell Ford, a length to Candid Candace and Alexis Sanchez. Juan Crawford saving ground on Little Iris with Voice from Above and Keve Nichols to their outside, and now Jadu tries to advance 3 deep with My Cash Factor. 24-1 for the opening quarter. They turn into the backside, and now Iron Pyrite taking pressure from Candid Candace. Voice from Above is racing between horses, but she's a clear third with Little Iris to the inside and fourth, and My Cash Factor out widest. It's only 3 lengths front to back. A half mile left to travel. Sanchez says go on Candid Candace and now opens up a length as Iron Pyrite begins to back out. The half was 47-4. My Cash Factor has moved well into third on the outside. Voice from Above is 3-5 and under some encouragement. Nothing from Little Iris, who's the new trailer. They begin to string out. They're midway around the far turn. It is Candid Candace on top by 3. Iron Pyrite ridden along in third. Here comes Voice from Above. Nichols takes her to the far outside, and she's rallied well. Still has 3 lengths to make up on Candid Candace. 3 furlongs in 1:12-3. Candid Candace is up by 2.5, but the margin is diminishing as Voice from Above begins to close. The others are tired. It's Candid Candace still leading. Voice from Above dives to the inside, but still has some ground to make up. Candid Candace will make it home on time. Candid Candace a length and a quarter to Voice from Above, then Iron Pyrite, My Cash Factor. Last was Little Iris. 1.70 and 1:43 flat. Unofficial in race 4, the winner is number 6, Candid Candace. Second, number 3, Voice from Above. Third, number 5, Iron Pyrite. And fourth, number 7, My Cash Factor. Unofficial race 4 order, 6-3-5-7. Now returning to the walking ring winner's circle, the official winner of today's fourth race, number 6, Candid Candace. Candid Candace is a 5-year-old chestnut mare collected out of Miss Amelia, bred here in Ontario by Anderson Farms. Ridden to victory today by Alexis Sanchez, Candid Candace is trained by Stephen Cathcart, who owns in partnership with Joseph Roberto. First win of the season for Candid Candace, her 4th lifetime win in 25 starts, holding on at the wire to complete the mile in 70 yards in a winning time of 1:43 flat. Congratulations to the connections of Candid Candace. It's official. Prices are up. $14.90 to win, $4 and $3.40. Second number 3, Voice from Above, $2.30 to place, $2.10. Third number 5, Iron Pyrite, $5.90 to show. $2 exacta, 6.3, $24.80. $1 try, 6.35, $92.10. $1 super, 6.357, $161.35. $2 double, 4.6, $34.60, and the $1 pick 3, $158.10. And a reminder, we've partnered up with Gulfstream Park today to be part of their Summer Sweep Pick 5. Fort Erie's 6th and 7th races will be part of that Pick 5 sequence. It kicks off with Gulfstream's 5th race at 2:27 Eastern, so be sure to get some action in on the Gulfstream Summer Sweep Pick 5. This year, the Trackside Tiki Bar has been sponsored by The Place Bar and Grill, the place to go after the races at 981 Garrison Road. And we'd like to say thank you to our partners at FINA Insurance Solutions. FINA Insurance will see you through to the finish line. Race 5 is coming up in 16 minutes. We have an overweight on the number 3 Dodester, 2 pounds over at 124.
Horses will make their way out shortly here for the upcoming fifth, and it's an allowance event for non-winners of 2 life. They'll compete here at the 6.5 furlong distance on the main track. It's an interesting group from the fact that we have some fresh faces, some horses that might get some added distance today, and decided to lean towards one of the fresh faces here, that being the 2 Red D, who was claimed last time out for $15,000. Now joins the barn Nadez Maynard, owned by Nadezda. And kind of looking at the job that they've done with this horse, I've never seen him in the flesh, but he looks very happy and healthy, carries a good amount of weight on him. Really caught my eye in here and would be my paddock pick. If I didn't have any past performances, would have picked him based on looks alone. And then you look at his resume, he's done very little wrong, was able to win at first asking. Well, in for $10,000 at this distance, but it was on the Tapeta. Then came back and I thought got a similar trip going a little bit further, but maybe the pace didn't develop in the same way, and he still rolled late to finish third, beaten by a length. So I liked that effort from him. I'm excited to see him on the dirt. I actually think the dirt should be just fine for him. And in terms of trip, the inside horse here has speed. The 4 Speedy Connection also has a little bit of speed, so maybe he'll sit in the sweet spot 2 lengths off of it and can roll late. So Red D on top, the 3 Dodester up next here. This one for Jeff Boyce, who also owns this one. We have seen at Fort Erie twice now. You can see the race, at least on the dirt, I should say, twice now. We've seen both of those races over and off track, and both of them have been at 5 furlongs. And I do like the move today to go from 5 to 6.5. You can see in the first start here was just second best behind Tiernan, who aired in there, was able to take them gate to wire with a 73 Beyer Speed Vigor. This is a gelding that chased in vain throughout. And more recently, when we saw him here on the main track, he rolled from last. He didn't have the best of breaks in there. I think that impacted him a little bit, and he ended up finishing third there. He missed by just a length and a half, and I feel like that's not necessarily the trip that he wants. He's another one in here that I think he could be stalking with speed on the rail and speed to his outside, and I mentioned it. I do think added distance is probably going to be his friend, so love him in this spot. And finally, the 4 Speedy Connection, the super speedies, we see that they do well here on and off track. A horse that took him a little bit to punch through. He was performing quite well. You can see 2 back and 3 back. He just didn't have enough. One time he made the lead late and surrendered. And the other time he tried to roll from off of it. Opposite kind of situation last time out. He made the lead and he never looked back. He aired in there by 7 1/4. It was his first time ever on the dirt. And as I mentioned, we just see this all the time with the offspring of Super Speedy. Now, in here, I don't think the lead is going to be as easy for him. The rail runner went really good last time out on and off track and was forwardly placed in that race that had some first-time starters, had some experienced horses. So I do wonder a little bit how that impacts Speedy Connection, but we saw these connections earlier with a win, Sterling Castle, who broke on top and stayed in front. So it's really about the trip for him. If he gets out there loose on the lead, he could certainly be dangerous in here, but I thought the price would be short and looked in other directions. So for me, I'll use the 2 Red D on top, and hopefully he'll be able to score in his first performance for the new connections and first time here at the Fort. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's 5th race. Race 5 is an allowance race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. We're going a distance of 6 1/2 furlongs, competing for a purse of $28,800. Race 5 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and 20-cent pick 3 wagering. Race 5 post parade, number 1 is Jagger Dude. Chad Lee rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickedans. Number 2 is Red D. Sofia Vives in the saddle for trainer Desmond Maynard and owner Nadia Donlava. Jeff Boyce owns and trains the number 3 Dodester. The rider is Ishmael Mosquera. Number 4 is Speedy Connection. Zerrell Ford has the call for trainer Tony Adamo and owner Icon Racing Stables. Number 5 is Let's Go Liam, racing for Bruno Schickedans. Leo Salas riding for trainer Nick Malini Jr. And completing the field, number 6 Z-Hub. Juan Crawford rides for trainer Ken Smith and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. Final rolling pick 3 of the day kicks off here in race 5. Last call to get your race 5 wagers in. They're approaching the starting gate. 2-1 favorite is the number 4 Speedy Connection, co-favored with the number 2 Red D. Race 5 field heading behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Speedy Connection still co-favored at 2-1 with Red D. First up is Jagger Dude, an impressive first time out winner. Chad Lee aboard. Red D makes his Fort Erie debut. Sofia Vives looking for her second win of the card. Dodester with Ishmael Mascara to gate 3. Speedy Connection, a last out winner, Zerrell Ford aboard. Let's Go Liam in the red blinkers, Leo Salas, looking for his second win of the day. And last in will be Z-Hub and Juan Crawford. All set. They're off. Pretty good beginning. Dodester out well with Speedy Connection and Z-Hub down the far outside. Speed towards the rail for Jagger Dude, who's going to try and find close position. Let's Go Liam taking back into fifth, and the early trailer is Red D. It's Speedy Connection who sprinted clear. He's up by nearly 2 with Z-Hub, second on the outside under Juan Crawford. Jagger Dude tracking the pace from third under Chad Lee. Then it's 2 lengths to Dodester, who's taken back to fourth after a good beginning. Red D on the inside of the new trailer, Let's Go Liam. The opening quarter was 22-4. They approached the 3 furlong marker, and they still have 4 lengths to make up on Speedy Connection, who's traveling well on the front end. Jagger Dude is second, but here comes a rally from Dodester. He's quickly moving to second, and he's gaining ground on Speedy Connection with every stride. The half was 45-4, and the complexion is changing quickly. Speedy Connection is tired, and Dodester inherits the lead. Jagger Dude needs to do better. He's being passed by Red D down the far outside. Let's Go Liam is trying to rally from last. A furlong to home. It is Dodester on top under Ishmael Mascara. Red D and Let's Go Liam both moving well from the back. Dodester clinging to the lead. He might have moved too early. Here's Red D and Sofia Vives. Red D wins 3/4 of a length to Let's Go Liam. Dodester third, then a tired Speedy Connection. Z-Hub and Jagger Dude. 6.5 and 117. Unofficial in race 5, the winner is number 2, Red D. Second, number 5, Let's Go Liam. Third, number 3, Dodester. And fourth, number 4, Speedy Connection. Unofficial race 5 order, 2-5-3-4. Now returning to the walking ring winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 5th race, number 2, Red D. Red D is a 3-year-old chestnut colt by Signature Red out of Red Philanthropist, bred here in Ontario by Bruno Chickadans. Make it 2 on the day for Sofia Vives. Red D is trained by Desmond Maynard for Nadia Donlava. Red D scores his 2nd lifetime win in 3 starts, his Fort Erie debut in rallying fashion, completing the 6.5 furlongs in a time of 1:17 flat. Congratulations to the connections of Red D. Race 5 is now official. Prices are up. Red D returns $830 to win, $490 and $270. Second, number 5, Let's Go Liam, $450 to place, $260. Third, number 3, Dodester, $250 to show. $2 exacta, $2.5, $35.40. The $1 try, $2.53, $49.20. $1 super, $2.534, $94.90. $2 double, $6.2, $58.70. $1 pick 3, $111.15. The $1 early pick 4, $827.40. And the $1 early pick 5, $4,227.20. And with 2 races left on the day, we are approaching dog racing action. Wiener Dog champion Frank will be here to take on the winners of the Basset Hound and Corgi races in the Battle of the Breeds. We'd like to say a big thank you to our longtime dog racing sponsor, Dave McMahon's Dog Training Academy, 25 years in business and counting, at 4700 Epworth Circle in Niagara Falls. We'd also like to say thank you to our sponsors at Pet Food Outlet for all your pet supply and wildlife needs at 388 King Street in Port Colborne. Race 5, an overweight on the number 1, Get Out the Vote, 2 pounds over at 124. 17 minutes to post.
Time for the late double here. Race number 6, a really competitive starter optional claiming event for the fillies and mares, and they'll compete here at the 5.5 furlong distance. A field of 6 will go postward, and it'll be interesting to see who ends up going off favorite. I was watching the early money. It's kind of a couple of horses right now, and it really is going to be interesting to see trips in here. I do think that when you kind of look at horses last time out, overall, I think there's going to be a little bit more speed signed on in this event. And with that in mind, the horse that's going to go by right now, the number 2, Ash Carnelli, is going to be my top pick with that in mind, because I do think if there's a little bit more pace for her to run at, she could get the job done. And really, she's been fun to watch here at Fort Erie. She rarely puts a bad foot forward and really tries to do her best. She was able to pick up a win 2 starts back in her second race back since October. And then last time out, she jumped up to the starter optional claiming ranks, and she did it so well. She was second best behind because I know she went off favorite in there, but it wasn't like she was a heavy favorite. Was rolling late and missed by a head. And I just hope that they do go a little bit on the fast side early and she can rally. So love the way that she's been performing. It seems to me at 5, she's better than she was at 4. And maybe you look back to last year and you're not sure about her form here. I just think with the way the track's playing today, should be fair enough for her. So Ash Carnelli on top, the number 4, Legs Like Flatter. She's one that's going to step up in the ranks, but always been a big fan of hers. She tries every single time. And last time out, I thought Juan Crawford really was kind of aggressive early on, and it paid off. I'm surprised she wasn't taken out of that event. She does jump up in class today, a 5-time winner here on the main track. And you might look last year and say, oh, the one time she raced at a starter optional claiming event, she wasn't that good. It was up at Woodbine and on a different surface. And personally, I know she's 1 for 9 on the synthetic. I really do believe she prefers the dirt. She looked great here, well behaved, dappled out. She carries a good amount of weight, not too much, not too little. And I think this is a really nice spot for her to kind of get into the deeper waters and see what she's made of. So I'll use her in the second spot. And then finally, the horse that was able to defeat Ash Carnelli out is the number 6, because Steve Cathcart going here forward with Alexis Sanchez, who's just had a win earlier on the program. A horse that was able to get it done in that Fort Erie debut, and you can see went off a little bit chilly in that event at 5-1. Had races all over the place, Remington Park, Will Rogers, then went to Mountaineer. Didn't fare all that well, but one was a starter. The starters in the States, regardless of where you go, can be extremely competitive. Sort of chased in vain and ended up 4th best in there, where Miss Fussy Pants was much the best, winning by 3. Her next start was on the turf, so I draw a line through it. I mean, looking at her, she's an 8-time winner on the dirt. This is certainly her preferred surface, and you do wonder if she gets a similar trip and if it's a little bit better, maybe she is the horse to beat in here, especially being drawn to the outside. But did want to gravitate a little bit towards horses that I thought could potentially be more value, that being the 2, Ash Carnelli, and the 4, Legs Like Flatter. But certainly respect the number 6 in here, because good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's 6th race. Race 6 is a starter optional claimer for the mares, which have started for a claiming price of $5,000 or less in the last 2 years, or going for a claiming price of $10,000. It's a 5.5 furlong sprint going for a purse of $25,050. Race 6 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, and 20-cent superfecta wagering. Race 6 post parade, number 1 is Get Out the Vote. Ishmael Mascara riding for trainer John Sims, who owns in partnership with Denise Carpenter. Colebrook Farms own the number 2 Ash Carnelli. Deshaun Gaskin riding for trainer Kevin Buttigieg. Number 3 is Leasiate. Sophia Vives has the call for trainer Desmond Maynard and owners Dwayne Newsom and Lisa Jean Ryan. Number 4 is Legs Like Flatter. Juan Crawford rides for trainer Sharon Chicato and owners Mike Newell and Diane Nellist. Number 5 is Sicilian Grandma. Steve Jadu rides for trainer Steve Cathcart and owner Pan Am Racing. And completing the field, also going for Pan Am Racing and Steve Cathcart, is the number 6 Because. The rider is Alexis Sanchez. Late double wagering kicks off here in race 6. Starting gate taking position. Not much time left to get your race 6 wagers in. Co-favorite at 5-2 are the numbers 2 Ash Carnelli and the 3 Leasiate. Late double wagering kicks off here. Race 6 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Late double wagering kicks off here. Favoritism right now on the number 2 Ash Carnelli. First to go in will be Get Out the Vote with Ishmael Mascara. Ash Carnelli and Deshaun Gaskin up next. Leasiate looking to give Sofia Vives and Desmond Maynard back-to-back wins. Legs Like Flatter and Juan Crawford, a last out winner. Sicilian Grandma and Steve Jadu. And stablemate Because will complete the line under Alexis Sanchez. All set. They're off. Very good beginning. Because out well from the far outside. Ash Carnelli and Legs Like Flatter from the center. But here comes Get Out the Vote. Mascara rushing to make the early lead. Leasiate takes back to 5th, and the early trailer is Sicilian Grandma. They complete the opening furlong, and the lead begins to Get Out the Vote and Ishmael Mascara. A length to Because, racing 3 deep with Alexis Sanchez. Legs Like Flatter third between horses with Crawford. Then it's a gap of 2 to Ash Carnelli and Deshaun Gaskin, racing as a pair with Leasiate and Sofia Vives. Another 4 to Sicilian Grandma and Steve Jadu. Midway round the turn, the opening quarter was 22-3. It's Get Out the Vote looking to make all. Because begins to press on the outside. Legs Like Flatter third. Here comes a rally from Leasiate. Then Ash Carnelli and Sicilian Grandma still at the back. Get Out the Vote trying to repel the challenge of Because, but Because sticks the head in front. Here comes Leasiate flying down the far outside. Because, Ash Carnelli on the rail. Because up by 2. Leasiate and Ash Carnelli trying to make a race of it, but Because makes it 2 in a row. Because and Alexis Sanchez, a photo for place between Leasiate and Ash Carnelli. Then Get Out the Vote, Sicilian Grandma and Legs Like Flatter. 5.5 in 104 and 2. Unofficial in race 6, the winner is number 6 Because. It's a photo for place. Hold all tickets. In the place photo, it's the number 3 Leasiate over the number 2 Ash Carnelli. Fourth, number 1 Get Out the Vote. Unofficial race 6 order 6-3-2-1. Now returning to the walking ring winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 6th race, or the official winner, number 6, Because. Because is a 7-year-old dark Bear brown mare by Den's Legacy out of Because of Me, bred in Oklahoma by Victor Hansen. That's a double on the card for the team of Alexis Sanchez and Steve Cathcart. Because is owned by Pan Am Racing. That's her 2nd consecutive win here at Fort Erie, her 4th win of 2026, and her 9th lifetime win in 43 starts. Because goes on to win today in a time 5.5 furlongs in 104 and 2. Congratulations to the connections of Because. It's official, 580 to win, 350 and 250. Second, number 3, Leasiate, 530 to place, 390. And third, number 2, Ash Carnelli, 260 to show. $2 exacta, 6-3, 40-50. The $1 try, 6-3-2, 73-35. $1 super, 6-3-2-1, $194.15. $2 double, 2-6, $31 even. And the $1 pick 3, 93.95. Place photo on screen from race 6 with Leasiate, the head down over the number 2, Ash Carnelli. Be sure to come out for Fort Foodie Fest, Sunday, August 30th, sponsored this year by TELUS Pure Fiber Internet. Live racing in the Food Truck Festival starting at 12:15. And we'd like to say thank you to our sponsors at TELUS. TELUS Pure Fiber Internet is expanding in more areas of St. Catharines. Race 7 closes out horse racing for the day. It's off the turf, will now be run at 6.5 furlongs on the main track. No show and no super and no jackpot high five wagering. Stewart Scratch, number 2, Night Saber. Number 3, Domer Allure. Number 4, Coach Kaylee. Number 6, Alta Calibre. And number 7, Golden Spring. Scratch numbers 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7. Main track onlys 8 and 9 will draw in. Number 8, Ala Turca. Rider change to Zerrell Ford. And number 9, Nicole's Song, rider change to Luis Reyes. 18 minutes to post for race 7.
We round out thoroughbred action here in the 7th. The compact field of fillies and mares, $5,000 claimers. They'll compete at 6.5 furlongs here on the main track. And just a lot of scratches with the surface change. Coming off the turf and now going to a one-turn, 6.5 furlong dirt event. We'll talk about all the 4 horses in here while we have the time. I'll kick it off with the 8, Ala Turca, who certainly disappointed last time out while in for this claiming price. But I think a lot of us keep on going back to the race 2 back and focus in on the 57 buyer and the narrow defeat behind legs like Flatter, who just didn't seem to handle the mud all so well in our prior race on the program. I think looking at Ala Turca, if she can replicate that performance and get speed from the inside and to her outside, she could get the right setup. But she was kind of heavily favored looking at the Will Pays in the pick 4 and even in the pick 5. And I'll use her, but it really comes down to her being at least close enough to Pounce Late. She can't be that far off of it. And I do think with it being a compact field, her rider will be mindful of that. So I do use her on the top spot. The 9, Nicole Song, second best in her last 2 tries. She probably needed the race off the layoff. Then she was second best behind Rifling and then Super Cop. And Super Cop simply looked like the horse to beat last time out, and she sort of toyed with them, drawing off by nearly 7 lengths in the end, a race that she was claimed out of. And you kind of look at Nicole Song, she's shown a little bit more speed this year in her last 2. So I don't know why you would change today. It does get a different rider aboard, but I think with the outside draw and compact field, she'll be used early. She'll try to sneak away. And she does seem to be one of the faster on paper. So maybe it does work out for her. But the One Last Glimmer has shown some speed, and just looking at the day that Alexis Sanchez and Stephen Cathcart have had, you have to watch out for them. They'll try to make it 3 wins on this Monday program, and she's disappointed in her last 2, but I did think her return was really, really strong. Different rider that day, but she was able to draw clear. I do wonder, though, she was in for the waiver. They were able to use that, which was nice. But with it being a non-winners of 3 life, the waters technically get deeper here today against this group, and she's going to need to step up. Hot Omelet ended up being much the best 2 back, so maybe you don't hold that against her. It's just last time out, I couldn't really figure out what happened in there. She really didn't fire a race that I think is what she's capable of. So it's a little bit of a head scratcher, and maybe she can regroup against this bunch. And finally, the 5 is going to round it out here for Sharon Chicato. This is a horse that they did well with. It was claimed off of them. They claimed her back, and she just hasn't been the same. I know in some of her races, too, she's been off slow, which I didn't necessarily love from her. I did think last time out she broke better than in some of her prior efforts, but she's still flattened in there. For her, she picks up some ground. It is just her 3rd start of the season, and she'll be looking, I think, for some pace help early on in here. I mean, she has shown some early foot in the past, but you look at the races, I don't think she's quick enough against this bunch. I think Last Glimmer from the inside and the 9, Nicole Song, they are going to be forwardly placed. And with that in mind, if the 8, Ala Turca, runs to that race 2 back, I do think she's the one to beat. Don't forget to stick around here after the nightcap here at 40 areas. We have the dog races ahead. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's 7th and final race. Race 7 is a claimer for fillies and mares which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4 races. Off the turf, so we're now going to compete over 6.5 furlongs on the main track, going for a purse of $20,250. No show, no super, and no jackpot high five wagering in race 7. Race 7 offers win place, exactor, and 20-cent try. Race 7 post parade, number 1 is Last Glimmer. Alexis Sanchez rides for owner-trainer Steve Cathcart. Scratch numbers 2, 3, and 4. Number 5 is Seguiria. Deshaun Gaskin rides for trainer Sharon Chicato, who owns with Lori Parsons and Jeff Mansell. Scratch numbers 6 and 7. Number 8 is Ala Turca. Zero Ford picks up the mount for trainer Julie Mathis and owner David Mathis. Completing the field, number 9, Nicole Song, Luis Reyes riding for trainer Joe Humber and owner Tessa Passero. 2 minutes to post for race 7. We're off the turf. No jackpot high five, no super, and no show wagering. Not too much time left to get your race 7 wagers in. Co-favored at 8-5 are the 2 main track onlys, number 8 Ala Turca and number 9 Nicole Song. Get those race 7 wagers in. Then after the 7th race, the Basset Hounds and Corgis will be getting ready to take the track. So be sure to stick around. Race 7 field set to head behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Even money now on Nicole's Song. First to come up will be Last Glimmer, looking to give Steve Cathcart and Alexis Sanchez their third on the card. Seguiria with Deshaun Gaskin. A La Turca with Zerrell Ford. And the last in will be Nicole's Song with Luis Reyes. All set for the nightcap. They're off. A La Turca out a bit slowly. Nicole's Song out well from the outside with Last Glimmer and Seguiria racing as a pair. A La Turca trails after the slow beginning. Field of 4 spread out by about 5 lengths. As they reach the 5, it's Nicole's Song and Luis Reyes leading the way. Seguiria inching closer under Deshaun Gaskin. Shortens the lead to a length as they complete the opening quarter in 23-2. Last Glimmer, 2.5 lengths off the leader in third, and A La Turca trails under Zerrell Ford. They race into the turn, just over 3 furlongs to travel. Nicole's Song trying to shake off the challenge of Seguiria. Last Glimmer, Sanchez takes her off the inside in third, and A La Turca still at the back as the even money favorite. The half was 46-4. Nicole's Song still looking to make all, but Seguiria continues to put the pressure. Last Glimmer descending 3 deep, and A La Turca at the back. They corner. Nicole's Song trying to fight back, but Seguiria going well in the center with Last Glimmer. Here comes A La Turca down the far outside. Nicole's Song calls it quits. Last Glimmer has the lead. The only threat is A La Turca down the far outside, but Last Glimmer on top. 3 on the day for Sanchez and Cathcart. It's Last Glimmer. Last Glimmer over A La Turca, then Seguiria and Nicole's Song. 119-3. Unofficial in race 7, the winner is number 1, Last Glimmer. Second, number 8, A La Turca. Third, number 5, Seguiria. And fourth, number 9, Nicole's Song. Unofficial race 7 order, 1-8-5-9. Now returning to the walking ring winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 7th race, number 1, Last Glimmer. Last Glimmer is a 6-year-old bay mare by Uncle Mo out of Gloaming, bred in Kentucky by Stuart Janney III. That's 3 wins on the day for the team of Alexis Sanchez and Steve Cathcart. Last Glimmer is owned by Steve Cathcart. That's her 2nd win of the season, her 4th lifetime win in 28 starts, rallying to complete the 6.5 furlongs in a time of 1:19.3. Congratulations to the connections of Last Glimmer. Hold all tickets until race 7 is made official. Race 7 is now official. Prices are up. Last Glimmer returns $9.70 to win, $3.40 to place. No show wagering. Second, number 8, Ala Turca, $2.60. $2 exacta, $1.8, $20.70. The $1 try, $1.85, $19.25. No super and no high five wagering in race 7. $2 double, 6-1, $32.20. $1 pick 3, $93.55. $1 late pick 4, $638.45, and the $1 late pick 5, $1,797.95. Visit our website, FortErieRacing.com, for information about everything going on here at the track. Tune into the pre-race show for info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping, and info about upcoming races and events. We're back next week at Fort Erie, Monday and Tuesday. Post time will be 4:30. And our rescheduled Almost Cool concert will be taking place after the races on August 11th. Admission is free. Tune into your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 70 HD or 100 Epico, Thursdays at 10:30, Saturdays at 4, and Sundays at noon. Coming up next are this year's Basset Hound and Corgi races. Stick around.
Okay, we are about to get the Basset Hound and Corgi races underway in just a minute. Before we do, we're going to check in here with a two-time Basset Hound returning champion, Buddy. Buddy is back. He's looking for a third win. How's Buddy looking out there?
Oh, we're quite hopeful. We're hoping for the three-peat.
Hoping for the three-peat. I love it. How's Buddy's conditioning doing?
Oh, he's very quiet right now. He's saving up his energy.
He's getting ready. He's saving all that energy for the races.
He's going to be 8 this
We
year.
also have 2 prizes to hand out this year for Best in Show. Right here we have Max. This is this year's Best Dressed Corgi team. This is for you guys. Tell me about these outfits. The rubber boots, the matching shirts. Where did you guys come up with this?
This is our 3rd year.
Oh.
So there's also in the stands with the same Mac shirts. There's people in the stands that are supporting him. So
All right, he's got a cheering section out there ready to go. And then Best Dressed Basset, we have Oliver here. Very, very appropriate outfit. He's got the jockey on the back. He's ready to go. This is for you guys. Thanks for coming, guys. We appreciate it, and thank you for taking the extra effort to really make it shine with that awesome jockey outfit.
got it. Thank you so much.
All right, guys, we'll be back in just a minute for the Corgi and the Basset Hound races. And once that's all done, Frank, the wiener dog from a couple weeks ago, is back for the Battle of the Breeds. We'll see you then.
What's up? How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you, Misty. Good to see you.
His first race he came second, I think it's this side.
Hang on, brother. Oh, yeah. Baby, it's almost showtime. Oh, stay right in the mud. Tell me if you want me to give a thumbs up or a stink finger in the middle. Joking.
Okay, everybody. Thank you for coming out to our third annual Corgi and Basset Hound races. We are just about ready to go. We got the Bassets here. They're going to hit the track in just a second. Before we get out there, we're just going to have a quick word from one of our sponsors, Dave McMahon's Dog Training Academy. Dave, hit him up.
Hey, James, how about a big round of applause for James, our manager, taking good care of us. Thank you, James. As James said, my name's Dave McMahon from the Dave McMahon Dog Academy in Niagara Falls. This is my 7th year sponsoring the dog races, along with our good friends from the pet food outlet, Sherry and Tim Goss.
Hello.
Did you hear that? Somebody said thank you, Sherry. Sherry, let's stand in the mud together. We're going to have a mud bath, Sherry. Here we go. How many people are excited for the dog races? Let me hear you one more time. Yay! We're going to start the dog races in a few minutes. Enjoy yourself. Thanks for coming out. Woo! Yeah, baby.
Basset Hound, start your engines.
Yes!
You'll hear me count in 3, 2, 1, then I'll hit the horn. The horn is your signal to race.
Ready? Run it up, brother.
Here, if you're releasing the dog, you're going to the far side.
And thank you so much to Dave McMahon's Dog Training Academy and Pet Food Outlet, sponsors of the Basset Hound and Corgi races. Our first race is coming out. This is the Basset Hounds. Basset Hound Race 1, we have Luna, Whitaker, Duke, Heidi Doody, Bradley, Simon, Winston, Lucky, Sally O'Malley, and Ernest. The top 4 in both heats of the Basset Hound races will move on to the finale. As we're all getting set up for the first Basset Hound race of the day. Horn goes, there we go. Oh, and the winner is Winston, number 7, with a late charge there. And we've got dogs going straight to the turf course now. And they're all coming back around. Everybody having a great time here in the first Basset Hound race of the day. So the results are in. The winner of the first Corgi race, or Basset Hound race, is number 7, Winston. Second was number 6, Simon, and third was number 1, Luna. And we're coming up for the second Basset Hound race. Race 2, we've got Rosie, Lennon Luminati, Millie, Frankie, Frank Costanza, Phineas, Oliver, and Buddy. And second race Basset Hounds are getting into their positions. Top 4 will go to the Basset Hound Championship. Almost ready for a start. There we go. Oh, we might have a runaway winner there. I'm trying to see what color that was. I think that was blue. I think that's Lemon Luminati, but I'm not 100% sure. We'll wait for the official results. Oh, I see. It's a black bandana with a blue jockey. That's my bad. Okay, we've got our results from official placing judge Peter Spohr. The winner was 3, Lemon Illuminati. Second was 9, Buddy. Third, number 4, Millie. And fourth, number 2, Rosie. They'll advance to the Basset Hound final. All right, we're getting set for the Basset Hound finals. The winner of this will go to the Battle of the Breeds against the Corgi and Wiener Dog champions. So there's a lot on the line here. And we're getting set for the Basset Hound Finals. Everybody is almost in position. There they go. Oh, a close finish. So the Basset Hound winner was Frank Costanza. Frank is the champion of the Basset Hound races. Second was Winston, and third was Lucky. So Frank Costanza will advance to the Battle of the Breeds. The Corgi races are coming up next. All set for the first Corgi race. There we go. We got a rocket Corgi on the outside, but he got tired. Oh, that's a photo. I'm not sure. I think it was Mindy and Loki in a photo, and we've got some wandering Corgis here. Corgis going in all directions. They're not as focused as the Basset Hounds. Well, that's a photo. It's between Mindy and Loki. I'm not sure who the winner is. I need to wait for the placing judges to get back to me there. Results are in. The first winner is Loki, second was Mindy, and third was number 5, number 5, London. So it's Loki, Mindy, and London for the first corgi. So Loki advances to the final. Second corgi race coming out. We've got Honey, Hobbs, Yuki, Gwody, Carly, Ginger, Monty, Loki, Willow, and Chloe. Almost set for corgi race number 2. The winner advances to the corgi final. There we go. Oh my God, we've got a rocket there. I'm not sure who that one was, but that was an impressive win. Might have been Hobbs. Waiting for the official results. Okay, so that was Chloe, the winner, number 11. I couldn't tell if it was white or gray. Chloe, the winner. Second was number 1, Honey, and third was number 2, Hobbs. So Chloe moves on to the corgi final. We're coming out for corgi race number 3. We've got Ricky, Theo, Remy, Loki, Coco, Juno, Willow, Stuart James Jr., Lulu, Wonder, and Leroy. Almost ready for Corgi race number 3. There they go. Oh, I think Theo went wire to wire there. He was getting a little distracted at the end, but I think he held on. We'll wait for the official results. I think it was 2-7-12 there. Still waiting for the official numbers. Two, 7-5 the numbers there. So the winner is Theo, second was Juno, and third was Loki. 2-7-5. Theo going to move on to the Corgi race final. Corgi Race 4 coming up next. We've got Apple, Ovaltine, Timbit, Max, Colombo, Marshall, Tucker, Sakura, Molly, Gimli, and Sir Clyde Corgington the third. There we go. Corgi Race 4. Oh! I gotta see the color there. It was a pretty good win, but I couldn't tell what color the bandana was. That looks yellow. I think that's Max, the fourth Corgi winner of the day. Corgi Race 4 winner was number 4, Max. Second was number 5, Colombo. And third was number 7, Tucker. 4, 5, 7. And Max is going to move on to the Corgi final. We're halfway through the Corgi elimination races. Corgi Race 5 coming up next. We've got Cloud, Churro, Rexford, Fig, Philip Hermoso de Oklahoma, Coda, Millie Moo, Duo, Cura, Seymour, and Oakley. And we had a false start for Corgi Race 5. There we go. Oh, that was tight. There was one flying there. I think that was Oakley flying, the number 12. Maybe Seymour might have held on. Definitely a tight finish there. Gotta wait to get the official results. Corgi Race 5 winner is number 11, Seymour. Number 12, Oakley, came flying to be second. Third was number 7, Millie Moo. But congratulations, Seymour, moving on to the Corgi final. Corgi Race 6 coming up next. We've got Scout, Nigel Murray, Jackson Triggs, Niklas, Korg Downey, Penny, Bria, Denver, Scout, Beans, Milo, and Maple. And just want to give another shout out to our sponsors, Dave McMahon's Dog Training Academy and Pet Food Outlet, who've been great partners here for the Fort Erie dog races for the last several years. Corgi Race 6 is coming up. we go. Oh, we had a leader who got distracted and went to the side. I'm not sure who ended up winning that. Gonna have to wait for the official results. That was number 11 Maple, or number 11 Milo winning. Second was number 6 Penny, and third was number 7 Brea. So it's Milo, Penny, and Brea. Milo going to move on to the Corgi final. One more Corgi. Corgi race 7 up next. We've got Sophie, Gaga Lee, Yoker, Max, Latte, Josie, Miko, Jill, Tater, Dash, Stevie, and Frida.
Show me your sign. Show me your sign. Show me your sign.
Type in mine. It's there. I shot it. Right, thank you. The cameraman got a shot of the sign. The cameraman got a shot of the sign for you.
Almost all set for Corgi race 7. Oh, I think Latte was the winner there. Number 1 Sophie got a little distracted at the start. Pretty close finish though. I think it was Latte. We'll await the official numbers. Corgi race 7, the winner was number 5 Latte, second was 4 Max, and third was number 9 Tater. So we've got Latte going to the final. One more Corgi elimination to go.
Okay, race 8, we're ready for you. Your right. If you're releasing the dog, you go to the far side. If you're catching the dog, right here. Releasing dog, go to the left. Okay, go to the left. If you're releasing the dog, you go to the far side. If you're catching the dog, right here. Good job.
Corgi Race 8, we've got Luna, Taco, Blaze, Nova, Franklin, Patty, Toasty, or another Nova, Toasty, Faison, Bella, and Butter. Getting ready for the last Corgi elimination. Everybody's in their spot. There we go. For the last Corgi elimination. Oh, right down the middle of the track. We've got Corgis going everywhere.
Oh, I see a little Dutch now.
Last race winner was Blaze, number 3. Second was number 1, Luna, and third was number 5, Franklin. So we've got Blaze moving on to the Corgi final. Our Corgi final, we've got Loki, Chloe, Theo, Max, Seymour, Milo, Latte, and Blaze. And the winner of the Corgi final will move on to the Battle of the Breeds.
Ready for the Corgi finale? We're gonna go this side. Same deal as the first time. So if you're releasing the dog, go to the far side, catching right here. Ready to go. Good luck, guys.
And we're coming out for the Corgi Finals. We're going to find out who the best of the best Corgi in the Niagara region is. Who has the speed, the focus, the athleticism to move on to the Battle of the Breeds final? And it looks like we're almost all set for the Corgi final. There we go! Ooh, tight finish there in the Corgi final. To be determined who's moving on to the Battle of the Breeds. We're going to await the official order there.
She's the one who backs up. When she calls her, she runs back. Oh, yeah.
Okay, the results are in. The Corgi final winner is number 2, Chloe. Second is number 4, Max. And third was number 7, Latte. Chloe moving on to the Battle of the Breeds against Frank Costanza and Frank the Wiener Dog.
Sherry, what are you doing now?
Nothing, forget it.
Put them back, Sherry, you're a little early. Premature on the browser.
And we're getting set for the Battle of the Breeds finale. See which breed will reign supreme here in Fort Erie. Oh, it was tight between the Corgi and the Wiener Dog. The Basset Hounds brung up the rear. Let's find out who was the Battle of the Breeds champion. And in the Battle of the Breeds, it's the Corgi Chloe who comes out on top in a close finish with the Wiener Dog. Congratulations to all the Corgi fans here at Fort Erie today. Chloe is the Battle of the Breeds champion.
Okay, we are here with the winner of this year's Battle of the Breeds. We have a returning champion. Chloe was the winner of our first ever Corgi races a few years ago. She's back. She came back with a vengeance. How did it go, guys?
That felt so good. Felt good to be back and winning today. So good.
We're so proud of her. She did so good, yeah.
Now, after the first big win the first time, second time out, you had a little bit of a stumble. What happened there with the second one?
I'm gonna blame the conditions. She didn't like the
for sure.
and the mud.
Track conditions were a little bit rough for our second one. That threw Chloe off. A little bit better today. She came back. She made the winner's circle.
Yeah, redemption today.
Thanks a lot for coming out, guys. Amazing job. Congratulations. And we just got a quick prize presentation here to our winning Basset. I'm looking for our winning Basset. Here he is over here. Okay, I have Frank here, the winner of this year's Basset Hound races. What was the key to Frank's victory today?
Well, his brother told him that if he didn't win today, he's come in second a couple of times. If he didn't win, it was the glue factory. So I think that stuck with Frank. I think that's why he did what he did.
You put the fear in him and it worked and he was quick today.
That's right, James.
Well, congratulations. Well done, guys.
And thank you very much for having us. Wonderful day.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Okay, so that wraps it up for our third annual Corgi and Basset Hound races. I want to thank everyone for coming out. I want to thank our sponsors. We have two amazing sponsors that make this event happen. Pet Food Outlet, Dave McMahon's Dog Training Academy. Without them, we wouldn't be able to do this event. So thank you, Dave. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Sherry. And thank you to all the fans. We will see you next year for more Wiener Dogs, more Corgis, and more Bassets in the 2027 dog races. We'll see you next year, guys. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
A side picture is better than no picture. Yeah. Oh my God, you made it.
Way to go, Frankie.